Good evening, Leotix. Hope you're all doing well on this fine Sunday evening. Sorry for the late start. I, unfortunately was dealing with some personal stuff that was a little annoying, but here I am. Welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations. Last time, we got a bit of a plot revelation in regards to the Yatagarasu. Now, we're heading into the latter half. Latter half. I don't know how long it's gonna take, maybe the last third of the case. Burmside said I could theoretically beat the game tonight. We'll see how it goes. 50-50 odds on finishing the case today. We'll see how it goes. March 15th, 12:07 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis, lobby. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved.
Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example.
Sentry.
The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures.
Incredibly strict, and yet, for some reason, Babal keeps on... not Babal. Wait, which... I think it was Babal. Babal was the one with all the tourism stuff, right?
Short of America, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in.
Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Okay. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir! Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident. Hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. This man, it's Manny Cochin. He has a knife and a Yatagarasu, like, card.
And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building.
An apartment building? How do you figure that?
Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment.
So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building.
At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of evidence, piece of footage existed.
However, no one could find it.
Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano.
I can see how this would have been a definitive piece, and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now, please show it to me again. Imagine if Gumshoe accidentally just deleted the tape. This car! This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Cadopia. And because it has a national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. I'll say, hey, Gabby. But the question is, we should be asking ourselves is, was a government car doing there?
Miss Von Karma, Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time?
I am totally not a suspect.
Francis, Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. If only was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were.
You barely showed up in this case so far. We kind of met up with everyone. Like, there's only like 2 real suspects that we can really aim for at the moment. Alba or Paleno. It's kind of up to those 2 at this point. Those are the only characters left that we haven't really thought of.
You idiot, Quercus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief! Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the 2 of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you've apprehended a thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
Man, every time I look at Alba, all I can see is this bizarrely, like, flat nose, and I'm just like, man, why do you look like a wooden doll or something like that? What are those guys called from like Soul Calibur? You know, the Momojikin? I always forget his name, but like, he kind of reminds me of that character if he was like an old man. His name is 2 Types of Trees? You know what, fair. Mokujin, yeah, Mokujin. I was talking about Mokujin.
But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we just leave the rest of the Abalstian and Babalis, please?
Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and...
Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true, however...
As he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Albastanians or soil, which is why we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends?
Hold it! Oh my god, Leg, how the hell are you still walking, dude? You have a freaking bullet in your leg! Or maybe if it passed on through, you're bleeding out. I hope you've been treated first.
Shifu, we found Miss Edgeworth, sir! Shifu, this way. Yo!
Oh, I like how he's like still limping very slightly. Bullets are but pieces of metal? Yeah, lodged in your leg.
Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you, and don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. I've been possessed by the spirit.
The spirit of, Callisto you got. This is what happens when you don't play a game for a long period of time. You forget everyone's names. Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder.
You...
No!
killer?
I mean, we know the killer too. He was like talking over a radio back in Ace Attorney too. I forget said Ace because I was thinking AA. I tried to say AA, but I said Ace. Oh god, what's wrong with my brain tonight? He's delirious from pain, as am I.
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Wolves don't lie.
Then who is it?
Well, let me first say I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all Sheena.
Lang Z says the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself.
The truth is unexpectedly simple. So, let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask 2's killer?
I'll tell you who.
What? It was you, Franziska von Karma!
I was the killer? Hey, wait, but that's impossible!
Yeah! Although, that whip is actually quite...
Yow! Hold your tongue in that ludicrous remark you were about to make!
Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am.
He doesn't appear to be joking.
Hey sis, I remembered that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right?
Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything?
I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Albast and Babal, did you not?
Objection!
And so that's why Franny disappeared from the series. Yeah, let's go with that.
And where is your evidence that I am the killer?
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me my permission? Alba thinking to himself, the wolves are trying to devour themselves now, are they? In that case, I shall let them fall under this wild goose chase. With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Oh, things are very convenient for me. I'm totally not suspicious at all. Then again, he is an old man. Maybe he's not very strong of an old man. Would he be capable of murder at this point in age? How old is he again? He's like 80, right? 72, that's still ridiculously old. Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that.
As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation.
She seems rather upset, not that I blame her.
I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it! Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess.
I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery.
Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it's like in Albast yet.
If you let Kay in, then you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Meanwhile, Alba's like, oh, for the love of God. Please do not soil my country.
Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay?
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go.
As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over.
Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Hang on. How old is Lang compared to Gumshoe? I know Gumshoe's like 30-something. Yeah, 32. And Lang is 27. Sure, let's go with that.
Very well, but I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go!
One final investigation. March 15th. It's been a few days since that 12:53 a.m. in Albabastanian Embassy Ambassador's office. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. You think Lang is playing him? I can see that. Manny Kochan's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Albast's ornamental knives. And then the body, Damask 2, Mr. Kashi knew, was found here in the Albastanian Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Primido statue, and that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, there's no one else could have pulled this off.
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying?
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring and you wanted evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagarasa's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. And the two, and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection! Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry. I plan to show you that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across the... Hey now! Look, sis, I thought I already told you, I'm not messing around here.
Man, I'm just imagining Lang actually catching, like, Franziska's whip just because of how much of a badass he is.
Ugh. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in that saying she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine?
Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already.
Franziska, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Albastanian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it.
What?
But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask 2.
You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask 2 is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation.
Oh, so Lang, this is all purely conjecture. You're just like looking for any possible person that is able to move around. We don't even have a motive for Franziska here. Freaking Ace Attorney and they're guilty until proven innocent shtick.
As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do.
Clearly arguing motive being non-existent is something you can't exactly disprove.
Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's.
Oh wow, we're just jumping directly into the testimony stuff. Okay, no investigation for us, I guess. Border crossing weapons.
All of Albast's weapons were used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon, the killing of Damask too, is Babal's Primido statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect? You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So, why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck carries a weapon across country lines? I worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we've become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Z never say anything to that effect. You prosecutor! Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Z's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs. I use regular verbs, and they are just as pro as your proverbs. Because my words are all you will need to see the truth.
It's out to mind the ego, though? It's fine. I can take, like, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can take, like, 9 blows to the ego. One of Albast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin.
Hold it!
I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that it did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was only one. And the murder weapon, the killing of Damask two's Babal's Primido statue. So you're saying that the Primido statue was also brought over by Francisca? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense. And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there's one thing I do know for sure. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
Hold it!
Impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
Edgeworth says he can penetrate anything, including him.
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world would cross over that?
Yeah, not even I can climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So, the only way for the knife and the Primido statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. The only one who can traverse the two countries just before and after the crimes was you.
About that.
Hold it!
Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The sister was in Albas when the Yatagarasu showed. And then just before you guys found Mr. Coach's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal.
Objection!
This case was written if the case was written these days, wouldn't he explain why a drone wasn't used? True.
Then how do you explain the Primido statue? I haven't quite figured that one out. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Primido statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two things, Agent Lang.
Trying to remember what else was featured that was crossing over. still have no idea what this wire is all about. The fire definitely didn't cross over. We know that for a fact. Wait, hang on a second. The only one who traversed with 2 countries before and after crisis. Well, I mean, technically the Yatagarasu, like, traveled between. Does that count? Also, him saying that, like, Trying to remember what exactly crossed over besides the actual knife. Okay, so the knife definitely crossed. Well, no, it wasn't necessarily crossed over. Because, like, I'm pretty sure Babal's knife was actually used there and they'd swapped out the handles. So it wasn't necessarily that the knife crossed over, but rather the handle was swapped out. But I don't know if that's the line of thought that they want me to go for. Well, no, but no, it's actually the knife is definitely. Wait, No, the knife is definitely Yeah, the knife definitely is Albustanian. And they crossed over to the country in order to get to Babal. That is what he said. So that's not it. I'm surprised the samurai spear is still relevant. So the Albustanian's Primido statue is a fake from Babal and was used as a weapon. The Babal Primido statue was a fake but was swapped with the real one is originally from Albast. Also, by the way, guys, I just realized why those hairpins are irrelevant. Those were the things that were supporting the flower, but I don't see how that's related to anything to the case. We'll see how that goes later. Like, I already figured out the, like, I already can see, like, the red pins over there. Yeah, I can, yeah, and it's covered in dirt. Yeah, I pretty much got those figured out. The Mask 2's note, request to steal the Primido statue, handwriting matches that of Manny Cochin. That doesn't really prove that anything crossed things lately. The pick, found at the open air stage. We still don't know what's up with the pick. All we know is that it's wet. And apparently something related to the fountain sprouts? I guess that's also probably related to something in regards to the picks because of wetness, but we'll worry about that later. Also, apparently Samurai Dogs is still relevant in some fashion. The photo of Yatagarasu, taken after the first fire. These 2 objects were able to penetrate the 2 countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the 2 countries just before and after the crimes was you. I mean, do we just argue the Yatagarasu? Is that the logic that they want me to go for? Because here's the thing, we don't know when the Mask 2 died, right? Yeah, we don't actually know when the Mask 2 died. So it's entirely possible he died while this photo was being taken, right? Or like before this photo was taken? I unfortunately cannot present a profile, so I can't just like argue a person. But it seemed like the dialogue was implying that I had to figure out something that crossed between the borders. Well, I guess we would have to present a prima donna statue, because that would be an extra thing that was like moving between. Okay, I had the right idea. Good. So I had the right idea on that one. So we had to present the fact that this other statue also moved between.
Agent Lang, those two items were not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh? The Mask 2 was killed with Babal's prima donna statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Albas' prima donna statue go? To Babal! Precisely, and if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point.
Either statue would have been acceptable? Fair enough.
Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
I guess so.
But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Albas and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries?
Also, give me a quick sec, guys. I'm gonna reset my mic. I forgot to reset it before my stream, and I like to do that just in case, like, there's a weird audio hiccup. So I'm gonna be right back. Testing 1 2 1 2. Is audio good, guys? I assume yes, right? Sounds good? Okay, cool.
Is that really true? Was there no one else who could travel between the two countries? Actually, there's definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. Objection! Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said along with the security cameras footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily. But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. It looks like you got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries. I present to you the town map from Pokemon. Take that! Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo? Like I said before, humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly. And I don't start claiming that She-Na somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. Let's also ignore the fact that I have met with Marvel superheroes that are capable of flight. And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Rika. Very well. You will have your explanation. It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... Wait, what did we just realize? Well, I can't present a person, so it has to be a person. I mean, an object. Wait a second. There's no way. Is it the statue? Okay, I was about to say, there's no way they can fake that by having the statue fly across. That would have been ridiculous. This is the face behind the shadow. Like, how would you even get the statue to fly across the scene? I thought I said that you better have a good explanation. I can't make heads or tails of what you're trying to say with that. My ego? Was I wrong? Come on, hurry up and show me what that shadow that's flying through the air is. Even had you not barked that at me, I would have gladly done so, Agent Lang. I need to go over it one more time. The man-shaped shadow that flew through the air, wrapped in the darkness of the night. Its real shape can only be this one thing. Well, it can't be Kochin's body. He literally died there. It can't be the statue. But what could it have looked like? I can't present a person, so I know it can't be someone, but it has to be a something. What the frick am I supposed to present? It's not the knife. The key has nothing to do with anything right now. The Kadopian papers don't mean anything. The counterfeit bills don't mean anything. Samurai spear is pointless. Ugh. I'm actually not entirely sure. Is it supposed to be like... Am I forgetting something obvious? Want some assistance to get this moving along? Up to you. Yeah, sure. It can't be Larry, because Larry was on top of the roofs. He wasn't flying across the sky. I don't think it's supposed to be a shadow. Because it's literally in the air. The game is being specific this time. You were on the right track. Oh! It was actually the statue? I was presenting the wrong statue?
Take that!
Oh my god, I was right! It was the statue! I just presented the wrong stat- Thank you, Burmsai. God damn it! So it was the weapon! Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primido statue replica. Man, I don't even know anymore. You can't be serious! The Yanagrasu, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Shina, was inside Babal. She dressed a replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very critical bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air. And how exactly did she do that? He's literally baring his fangs at me, but he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Franziska was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had been called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth?
How dare you! As I said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too!
I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear it from you. Franziska, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
All right. So, what would you like me to talk about?
I would like you to please testify your movements up until you came into this room. All right, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl. No! As you wish.
Movements in Albast. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Albastanian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai fly off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Franziska, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred, is that correct?
Yes, of course.
I see. For now, the only way I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Franziska about her testimony in more detail.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Albastanian embassy.
I thought your duty was to find anything you could about the smuggling ring.
Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu have sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago. Or have you forgotten what happened back then?
Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget to myself.
It looks like you remember the case after all.
Of course I do.
I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that, then after that, after I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office.
Hold it!
So you were at... So you were at the theater as well?
Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show.
Well, yes. So Franziska was there.
Well, after the show was over, I saw the Steel Samurai off. I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech?
For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yadagracia planned on getting in, right?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
And in the end, the Yadagracia did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Ugh! Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? The true self!
Calm down, Franziska! She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself.
Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden. And we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Hold it!
At that time, Damask 2's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct?
That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence.
A criminal will say anything to get out getting arrested. How do you know we're not? How do we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige.
Seriously?
Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants.
I can attest to that. I remember speaking with a lovely young lady around the time here in my office. All right then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he?
When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill?
What do you mean by that?
The entrance to this room is on this side, however, the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Is that not correct?
I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right?
I suppose.
After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know.
Yes, the plants in this room, they're all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. Oh, foot!
All four of them are in full bloom? What? Miss One Karma, what did you just say?
I said the flowers are growing beautifully. What about the statement do you not understand?
What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony.
Ah, very well. There were 4 large passion flowers in full bloom in the flower box.
Hold it!
I'd like to confirm this with you one more time. There were 4 passion flowers in bloom in that box, correct?
Yes, I should hardly think I would have miscounted such eye-catching flowers.
There must be a deeper meaning to the statement. It appears that I must take a gamble on its meaning for me to make any progress. If only I can learn how to count! What comes after 2? The Primino statue were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Franziska saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance.
8? Gotcha. So, you say there are 4, but in reality, there are only 8!
Objection!
Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
It does appear that way.
I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's going to get taken away, sir.
All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this conjuncture, Miles?
At very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as relevant. Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What has the number of flowers had to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer now will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How does this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Miss Edgeworth.
I understand. I won't rest until I inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This watering can be a rather robust design.
Miss Edgeworth, why are you telling us stuff we can clearly see for ourselves? Plus, if you keep wasting time talking about that, Miss Von Karma's going to get arrested.
I better examine something else. This flower box, it appears to be made of marble.
It looks that way. But so what? Is it something that's so important that you absolutely had to mention it?
No, not exactly, but...
Miles Edgeworth, you do understand our current situation, don't you?
Yes, of course, I am fully aware of the situation.
Oh, then in that case, allow me to ask you once again. Is what the flower box is made out of really all that important?
It would appear that the construction of the flower box is not that important. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports.
Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Oh, Miles Edgeworth! Hurry up and shut this man up for me already!
I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I?
In a bit.
Not yet. I still have a thing or two left to examine. This patch of soil looks as though it had been... that has something removed from it.
What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here, waiting for an explanation, you know.
Did you know, Agent Lang, flowers are best appreciated in silence? It looks like two things were pulled out of this flower box.
All right. I guess we should do some presenting then.
I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require.
Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight, but I highly doubt it'll last until the end.
You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang, but we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Jinnah, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers.
And so what? Is this really all that important to the case?
Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight.
Hi-ya!
Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Albast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, These sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue.
Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal.
How did these support sticks find their way to Babal and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha, so that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape.
It's just another stick, isn't it?
And so it is. But the shape of the support sticks is what is important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus.
Wait. Are you serious?
The object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is...
Am I supposed to look at the crossbow? What's the crossbow used? What? That's wild if that's exactly what they want me to present. That's crazy.
Eureka!
That's a crossbow. Wait, you gotta really say, wow! This was completely irrelevant to everything else until now. Ezra's smug-ass face while telling him to look at the shape of this stick would make an amazing out-of-context image.
Look at my stick! Admire its shape and girth. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows.
Now that is conjecture. Hiya, Jockey!
I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Mr. Prosecutor, hold on a second. Do you realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. Border Crossing Part 2. So Babal statue is draped in the Yanagarasu's clothes and then shot over here? Even if you fired arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues don't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
Primitive statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't.
I'm glad you understand. I feel much better already. I would be more concerned about the fact that, hey, the statue can't even fit into a crossbow. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact.
It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation.
What?
You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird in the wind.
More like I am utterly baffled as to what we're even arguing right now. Are we arguing that we're firing a statue with a crossbow? A statue that's bigger than the crossbow itself?
The primitive statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you.
Did we fire the statues using a trebuchet? Border Crossing Part 2. So Babal statue is draped into Yanagarasu's clothes and shot over here?
But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo.
What an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yeah, a lot of heart.
Yeah, so I hear.
Not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Definitely not the case with Lotta Heart. They pied it. They fired a stick and then tossed that statue on top. Sure. Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures in tabloids.
Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that's entirely plausible. You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now? The courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them.
Hold it!
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, right?
But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they want to smuggle were were a lot bigger than nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true.
What?
What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow is not the statue themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues.
If it wasn't a statue that was tied to arrows, then what did the crossbow launch?
Hold it!
The thing the crossbow launched. Allow me to show you the answer.
Well, come on then, show me what you've got. But I'll warn you, I'll know when you're just bluffing.
This was what was launched from the Albanian office with the crossbow.
There ain't no way. The knife? That would be such a badass way to launch it, though.
This piece of evidence is what was launched from here in Albas.
And what purpose exactly did launching that serve? What do you mean? You've never thrown a knife before? Because if you're just joking, it's not gonna be a fit of laughter I'm about to launch into.
My ego! No, it's not the kind of launch I was looking for.
The kind of launch I'm looking for is blonde. And whenever she sneezes, she turns into a blue. I knew you couldn't explain this whole thing in a down-to-earth manner. I don't think I need to tell you that the prima donna statues didn't sprout wings.
Huh! The statues didn't need wings to fly.
Then how would you explain things? I'm almost looking forward to whatever fantastical explanation you come up with. You're a realist after all, aren't you?
Of course, and I assure you that my hypothesis is firmly grounded in reality.
Well, all I'm hearing is the fantasy of a desperate man.
At times, even reality itself can be a mysterious thing. Even you must admit that.
Do I? If it's so true, then why don't you go ahead and show me?
Mr. Edgeworth, I think I understand what went sailing through the air.
I suppose that's because you're an expert at things that fly through the air.
What did you expect from the second Yatagarasu?
Indeed, now to show Agent Lang what really went soaring through the air tonight.
Hold it!
Okay, let's actually take a peek through the evidence. Obviously, we launched our prosecutor badge. Okay, if it wasn't the Albanian knife, which I thought was what they were trying to go for, it's not the Yatagarasu key. It's not the samurai spear because that one was Larry. Are they, like, I assume it's gotta be, like, obviously, it's like the crossbow arrows was launched.
Take that!
But, like, apparently no, that's, like, that's not what I'm trying to aim for. Is it the flowers? Were we trying to launch the flowers?
Take that!
It's not the flowers. We're trying to prove what could be launched that led to the statues being moved.
Hold it!
my god! Wait a second. No, wait, but this came from... Wait, hang on. But the note came from Babal, not Albast. It can't be the note, right? I don't think it's Cadopian notes either, right? Oh, wait! I got it! I see it! I see it now! It's all within my reach! Endless possibility! It was a wire!
Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion.
I was wondering what was up with this stupid-ass wire.
For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow.
I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Albastanian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. So what you're claiming is really what happened. I can see how Albast's Primido's statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then what about Babal's Primido statue? The dark shadow in this photo clearly flying away from Babal. Going the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. Up to the 5th floor of the Albastanian Embassy. How do you explain that?
Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick would work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion I was employed to smuggle Babal's Primido statue.
It can't be swinging. Is it rotary?
I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously...
Simultaneously? Get real! The statues will collide somewhere along the way!
Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow between the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed.
Lang Z says don't object and call it success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. More objections, oh my god.
Agent Lang, as you know, the Primido statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would be naturally lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible.
Lang Z says, "Ow!"
Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mysterious co-conspirators set themselves up into two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock QED.
This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I am not the killer.
Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet.
Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. What is this dialogue? So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible.
Take that!
It looks like you dropped another bomb on us again.
The last piece to the trick are 2 pulleys.
Precisely, the ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case.
How the hell does a ceiling fan support 2 freaking statues? Ceiling fans, last I checked, are flimsy as hell.
And thanks to the fact that there's one installed on each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Ugh. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big shot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? Person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Albanian and Bobalese offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case... Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food!
Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do?
A single point of the finger here in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. Fools come rushing in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. He didn't grunt, he straight up howled? Yeah, but I'm not gonna freaking howl. Do you guys really want me to howl on stream? I could.
Take that!
And this is it! Where's my real dessert? How long do you intend to keep it for me? That piece of evidence isn't satisfying at all. My ego! And stop being so picky with your food! The person who concocted a trick to use to smuggle the statues. I should already have a piece of evidence that shows who that is. I just have to present it, no matter what the cost. There's one piece of evidence.
Ugh.
So is it actually Ambassador Alba? Is that the logic they want me to go for?
Take that!
This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Ms. Von Karma didn't even notice arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us the person had very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Quercus alba.
Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth?
I am certain of what I'm saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence.
Hi, Danny. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, here's the thing. I suspected Alba, but the problem is I don't really have anything that can connect him to all this. The end result that he was looking for. I assume he wanted the... Hang on, the stat... Was he trying to, like, break down the, like, rejoining of the countries? If that was the logic, then maybe the idea was that he wanted to have the fake one in Babal. To make it seem like it was stolen from him. But I don't think that's... They wanted to exchange the statues, but I don't know why.
Take that.
Is it related to this?
You want us to examine this? Yes, for I believe that examining this we will... No, that's not it.
Langzy says items that become evidence should never have any part overlooked. All evidence related to this case are fine and don't need to be examined again.
It would appear that I was mistaken. Agent Lang is correct. Most of the evidence has already undergone intense scrutiny. However, there is one piece that has only been partially checked. And that piece, which lies at the heart of the smuggling, is what I should present.
What the heck am I supposed to present here? Is it the Cadopian paper document? No, that's not it. I thought it was like implied like he was trying to set up the like smuggling ring and he was like the one behind it, but that's not it. Wait, one of the statues is hollow. Oh. The hollow statue was containing the counterfeit bills! Oh, is that not it? Oh, is that not what I was trying to think? No, that wasn't it! It's not the counterfeit bills? That's what, like, that was my whole assumption because the statue was hollow, so I thought the statue contained the bills inside of it. Is it the hollow statue? No, because we barely examined it. It was a fake, but it was swapped with the real one. It's originally from... Oh, wait.
Take that!
It has to be the statue because we have to examine what's inside the statue. There we go. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primido statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primido himself? I see. Ambassador, we'll be examining that statue now with or without your permission.
This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador.
I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap.
Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret.
Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What?
Hurry up and open it, Miles.
All right, here goes. Oh my god. So I was actually right.
Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out?
I believe a more thorough examination is required. These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babal.
So it was smuggled from Babal to Albast, huh?
Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? I'm so mad that I didn't realize! What the? Is this? Hey, is this what I think it is?
It's a plate for making counterfeit bills.
Somehow it appears that we've been at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Albas to begin with. The Primido statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances made the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask 2. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damask 2 and... Then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess, and it's all because of you?
You're the one who killed the mask too.
Answer us! I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one thing I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin. Quit screwing around! I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt on to a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but. And the result is of logic and investigation. you also assumed that it was Francisca who murdered Damask too, but hey.
Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Funk.
How the hell is this man smarter than Lang? Despite Lang being a badass, he is very dumb.
I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you?
It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
Excuse me?
You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. Why am I suddenly imagining like that were-mole that attacked Muriel in that one episode of Courage the Cowardly Dog? Except he's just like trying to rip apart that bunny suit that Courage was wearing at one point.
From the very beginning, my real target has been you.
What?
Agent Lang, I demand an explanation.
Sorry, sis, I didn't mean to put you through all that.
I knew you were innocent from the very beginning.
You did?
I figured he was just buying us some time.
I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around.
Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as a bait, you were able to gain us entry investigative rights.
Yeah, if I haven't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to book around.
You know what, Lang? I changed my mind. You are still pretty cool. You even have Phoenix's hair.
So that's what this was all about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for us using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth.
Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you.
You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic.
The evidence detectives collected combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right?
I don't know about all that, but one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. You're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guild onto the sis! And unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection! Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fate. It doesn't make any sense you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense. Well, doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation round against us.
Ah, I see your statement, but can you prove that your statement is true?
Can you prove that I wasn't? The proof that the Interpol has been after which points to this man as the ringleader. We can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open?
trump card and a videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a prosecutor of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Karmers are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law? And what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is what I make by my own hand here and now.
Oh boy. His creed should be fuck old people? I mean, valid. Ugh.
It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit Zhang Fa bills. It's incredibly detailed and even includes a phoenix taken off into the sky. With plates as finely crafted as these, it's no wonder that the fakes are so hard to spot.
I feel like this is a trick question. I feel like if we use the trump card, Miles goes down a dark path because he starts using stuff that was obtained illegally. But if I don't use the trump card, this guy just gets away scot-free. All I'm thinking in my head is the Esmeralda scene from Hunchback of Notre Dame. Justice.
Scot-free is cool. Uh-huh. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. And no limit is no mere man. They are a god. When a man goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
The game was going to force you to present the evidence regardless of your choice. Fair.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk such nonsense. And let's be serious, Miss Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident.
The KG8 incident?
The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Oh, very interesting. I must admit, I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented.
The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me.
March 15th, 1:34 a.m. God, it's late. Theatrum Neutralis Lobby.
That's just a cheap fake. You can't use that as evidence. It was generated by AI. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is a section that proves that the card was used to relay an order.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Koja is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
Ah, but there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. According to Detective Bad, Ambassador Alba's directives card bears the mark of a three-legged raven. Or in other words, a Yatagarasu. I suppose this mark was the inspiration for the group's name, the Yatagarasu.
I mean, they could also be inspired by, like, you know, the Yu-Gi-Oh card.
This dark red blood, yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as a fact.
Dude, it's like 10 years ago. I'm pretty sure the blood is dried up to the point that we wouldn't even be able to examine its DNA anymore. There's a reason why I had to do regular blood tests, you know.
If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building is an official Kodopian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kodopia.
And we're getting a little low on my ego, so let's continue.
Take that!
This section will make it up.
What do you mean that's not enough to present it?
This section will make it all clear to us.
You must be very tired, Mr. Edgeworth. If you continue to present completely irrelevant evidence like this, I'm afraid your investigation may fall apart. Perhaps it's time for you to retire.
Wait! Oh, I'm so sure it was this area.
Now then, if I could ask you to please leave the premises. As you can see for yourself, I am an old man and I'm a bit tired from all of this.
Wait, please!
I've made up my mind, so if you could please leave. Agent Lang, a good job to you as well. Although I don't think we'll ever be meeting again.
What?
Now then, please respect the request of the ambassador of the Kingdom of Albast. Too bad for you, but your ego has failed you yet again, Edgeworth. And vacate the premises.
Is this it? Thus, the truth was lost for all eternity.
And I blew way too many times there. Let's try that again.
Focus, Miles. The area I should be pointing to is definitely here. The area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Cadopia.
Take that!
I would have thought that the freaking Cadopian badge would be enough to link it, but no, apparently I also had to look at the freaking card.
The shape of this pocket and the directives card in it. It tells us that without a doubt, this person in this car is Mr. Cochin. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Ugh. Bro, straight up like a champ. You done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? The Principality of Cadopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. That arrogance. What he really means is he's erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? The only what I have left now to me is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him.
Man, it's very convenient that they kept flashing that, that medal over him earlier. Now I freaking pointed at it. Whatever.
What the? Ambassador Alba! Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Cadopia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cadopia.
I do not want to think about old man breasts, thank you.
But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal.
Ah, thank you for signing your death warrant. You want to know his Japanese name? Go ahead, throw it at me.
In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that?
Carnage on red. Carnage on red. I see why they decided to change his name to make it less obvious. So what does Quercus Alba actually mean if it's a foreign language thing?
By the medal captured here in this footage, it's clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest.
What? Yo, bro's face literally broke into pieces. White oak, as in the type of tree. Okay, so it's less obvious that way.
So this is how it will be, but I won't look back, for this is the path I have chosen. Ugh. You moved me with your devotion to this case, Miss Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it? But a lot of you have to have come this far. It looks like I might just lose our little game this time. I lose the game this time?
You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact?
Very well, I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What the?
Regarding the Damask 2 murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense?
The Mask 2 attacked me and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance!
I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times.
If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then you will need some evidence.
It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay attention to when I should.
But the Mask 2 didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon.
You hid it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears.
Oh, it's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle, but that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so.
No way!
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on.
Everyone just interpret that name as hello, I am evil, basically.
You can interpret his Japanese name as being about red carnations. But yeah, everyone's just like, no, Carnage.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of the Mask 2 was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that? That's what you mean!
Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Albastanian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Albast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate, that's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance in your expression! That's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes y'all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Albast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Well, he has diplomatic immunity, nothing we can do. Roll credits! There's nothing we can do?
To be What do you mean there is a to be continued? I thought we were getting to the end.
March 15th, 2:11 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby.
I can't believe it, sir.
Territoriality.
Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't even lay a finger on him.
I know.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of.
If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as a Yanagrasu and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare!
Mr. Edgeworth.
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack?
Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet.
Okay.
I want you to think of something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second. As long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. This game is called Investigations for a reason.
She's right!
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right.
You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you.
Okay, I'll go check on Babal a bit more, sir.
And I have something I need to investigate further in Albast.
If what I heard about this game is true, have fun. This will be interesting. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion Flowers data erased from my organizer. Ambassador Alba seems agitated over something. I wonder
why.
There are 2 special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happened on Albastanian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him.
Cool, it sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
And Murder Damask 2 run a smuggling operation and make counterfeit bills, apparently.
I thought the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Kojin and Babal.
Yes, he appears to use the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But that's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here.
So I guess we don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. This was taken just before the 2 ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture I've seen before?
Huh. What's that?
I won't rest until I inspect every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses.
Wow, you even know the exact species? I never have figured you for an expert on flowers.
Is a carnage on red. Duh. Thank you, Gaddy. Ugh. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sent to me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. There's that troublemaker standing there smack in the center making 2 peace signs.
Wow, the Seal Samurai stands out even more than the 2 ambassadors in this picture. Hey, the person playing the Seal Samurai is one of your friends, right?
No, I have no idea who he is.
But you just said he. You know which gender he was, so you must know him, right? You know pronouns.
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again.
I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive.
I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically.
Bro literally sat up.
I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile.
Okay, please try to remain calm and focus on the here and now.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to seal the truth is if we keep on investigating. Mr. Polino has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy that they were going to become Cadopia again.
Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who is always thinking of his country is really to be admired.
Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday.
Wow, he was actually honest. I can't believe it. I thought he was being too honest for a while.
I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Cadopia are locked away.
And we will.
It seems that the lilies are at the center of this bouquet with an accent of chamomile.
Wow, I can totally smell the wonderful fragrance.
Okay, this is just a picture.
Look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy?
If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination.
You don't have to be mean about it.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom.
Puns. Doesn't seem like there's anything else around here that we can deduce. Unless there's something I'm missing here. Why does that flower look so familiar? So I have no idea what's up with that guitar pick yet either.
Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors.
There's so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony.
I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason.
What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Albas and Babal, right?
I do not want to think about Alba and Polino getting married, thank you.
Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce.
Okay then, this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony.
I suppose you could call it that.
How many people get remarried? I don't know how often that even happens outside of fiction.
It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today.
I love the climax of that show, Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. That was the first time I've seen that special move. But well, the Jam and Ninja Show's climax was much better, of course.
Oh, is that a fact?
that scene where he sang for Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks, I could totally feel the love there in my heart.
Perhaps the Gemin Ninja's just more popular with female audiences. It's also surprising to me how much of a female audience One Piece has. These flowers were sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios?
That's where they filmed this DLC.
I feel like I've read this before. I don't think you've ever seen it IRL. Same. Feels like when someone gets divorced, they just stay divorced because they're just like too mad at each other to want to like get married again. You can see the Bubblelee's embassy, which is undergoing major renovations. From room expansions to garden upkeep, it looks like blah blah blah. Mr. Polino's working really hard on him. But he said that since Mr. Cochin passed away, blah blah blah. Just got really chummy with that ambassador.
What can I say? I just have a good nose for money.
It was too helpful to be a good guy, and that was actually a good guy. See, that's a real plot twist where there wasn't a plot twist.
Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babal. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time.
Right now, for a limited time here at the Bubblelee's embassy, we're offering the very special Experience the Terrifying Fire's Ashes tour. So how about it? Shall I sign you up?
We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. On the orders of Ambassador Alba, no one's allowed into Albast. And yet somehow we let the German girl walk by. Go figure. Ugh, but I thought a lady with a whip passed through here not too long ago. She is from Interpol and have the proper paperwork.
Is that actually canon? Is Francisca working with Like, I knew that she was working with Interpol. I didn't know she was working in Interpol. So while I was reluctant, I had to let her in.
Huh, sounds like Francisca, all right. Besides, if I didn't, that whip of hers. Yep, definitely sounds like Francisca.
We're coming too far to give up. We must expose Ambassador Alba's misdeeds, Miss Edgeworth.
Yes, of course.
And we gotta find a way to steal the truth and get it out of there for my father's sake.
Yes, and we will. The reason for Ambassador Alba's nervousness must be still here somewhere. Furthermore, I need to pin down exactly what happened in here.
Ha! Pin!
I'll start by thoroughly examining this room for any information I can find.
The bouquet in the commemorative photo we saw earlier was really pretty. If Ambassador Alba did look super unenthused.
Yes, he did. She must mean the photo in front of the theater. I remember thinking something about the bouquet Ambassador Alba was holding was off.
Looking at him being so bored just makes me so mad. Actually, just seeing him with the Steel Samurai really bakes my biscuits. I'm a Gemin Ninja fan after all, and he should be one too.
Kay, after we solve this, I have something I'd like to talk with you about.
Huh? About what? Are you going to give me a reward or something?
You'll see, Kay.
Why does that sound vaguely threatening from Edgeworth?
Miss Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba is going to get away.
Yes, I know.
Now hurry up and do that swing thing you always...
Excuse you, the only swinging that Edgeworth will be doing is towards Phoenix, right? Thank you very much.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Why you don't? Oh, come on. You know what I'm talking about. That thing you do.
Are you talking about logic?
Yes, that. So hurry up and let's swinger it.
Okay, please not swing.
All right. To be honest, it's been a bit hard to connect everything until now just by looking. However, I should be able to piece things together by taking another look at my leads. Perhaps now is the time to use logic and reason my way to the truth.
No, those don't connect. And there goes my ego. Is he upset about the renovations? He's not? Nothing there. And there goes more of my ego.
Wait, is it just my imagination, or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I won't rest it.
I like how they were trying to point out something so obvious to me that I realized I just didn't think I would have to deduce it. I don't know where I've seen this before. Oh, wait a sec. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm a colossal dunderhead. It's a piece of it. I was thinking way too hard.
Eureka!
It's literally a piece of this thing. I'm so mad.
Could this piece of evidence be related to this photo somehow?
Well, nope. I don't think it's related at all.
I want to play Bonanza. Even though I know she's right, she could have at least tried to humor me a little.
Is it not the guitar pick? Am I crazy?
You want to play Air Riders?
Is it not the guitar pick? It feels like it. It looks like it actually looks like it. What do you mean? I am 90% sure this thing is the guitar pick. Am I crazy?
Eureka!
Chat! Am I going crazy? Because it totally looks like the guitar pick, except it fell out. Am I missing something here? I think you just picked the thing above the guitar pick?
Eureka!
No, I'm directly picking the guitar pick.
Eureka!
What am I missing here? Am I just like not locked onto it correctly?
Eureka!
Oh my god, what the hell am I missing here? I'm honestly baffled right now. What am I missing here? This 1,000,000,000% looks like the guitar pick. I am so confused right now. What do you want me to present, game? Oh my god, I am legitimately so mad right now. They spelled it out for me! They literally said it looks familiar! Game! What do you want from me? Am I missing something? This is actually pissing me off because I am actively... I talk to everyone, everything. I even try to logically figure it out by connecting these two, but I didn't do anything. I can't examine the pic. I examined all of, like, the evidence that we had. Literally, the only thing that's connecting it right now is the guitar pick. There's nothing else that we can connect here. I'm losing my mind. There is literally no other answer. What are you telling me, game? Am I not locked onto the right thing? Do I have to, like, be super fine pinpoint on it?
Eureka!
Chat, fuck it. Tell me, like, don't tell me the answer, but tell me what I'm missing. Because I am so certain that's exactly what they want me to point out. But if it's not, is it a deduction? It's not the pick? What do you mean it's not the pick? What else could it be? It's not this because there's like no symbol on here that resembles that. It's not the sticks.
I thought these loops were just an eccentric design quirk, but who knew that they were actually arrow fletchlings? I suppose this dirt was from when this was stuck in the flower box.
I guess that's why the tip is dirty, huh?
I'm legitimately so pissed off right now. There's literally nothing else I can do. I am legitimately pissed off right now. I am actually extremely mad. There is literally, like, unless there's something so blatantly obvious that I'm just not seeing right now, I don't get it.
actually extremely pissed off right now. I don't see it. Is it the wound? Is it supposed to be a pick wound? No, because that's not the location of where it is. And that's not familiar whatsoever. I'm so mad. Burmside, I figured it out, but the game is telling me no. I know it looks familiar because it's supposed to look like the goddamn pick. But it's telling me no. The game's all like, oh man, there's something familiar about this. I wonder why. Because it looks like the goddamn pick. Fuck this! Oh my god! I literally examined everything else around here. Everything has a check mark. I talked to you. I even talked to Kane, got all the check marks there. I walked around. I examined every little corner. Everything has a check mark. I talked to you. I looked around here. I even tried to make a connecting point by having them randomly connect with each other. Nothing connected. Literally the only thing that comes up. Oh my god. Unless there is something I am missing. You need to deduce the flower? The flowers aren't even in the evidence, bro! You need to deduce a flower, but not with that evidence. What am I supposed to deduce? They literally said, man! Like, hang on, I'm gonna quote it verbatim. This was taken before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination, or is there something in this picture I've seen before? You saw it before because it's the goddamn pick! I won't rest until I inspect every nook and cranny. Inspect! It appears to be a bouquet of Persian clements, blah, 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 blah. It's all because there's flowers that are lace and blah, 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 blah. Why exactly is this yellow blah, 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 blah? But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. You've seen the shape before because it's the goddamn pick. I am legitimately pissed off. Am I supposed to look at the embassy guide? Are we supposed to present the goddamn embassy guide because it has the freaking logo? Is that what I'm supposed to present? Yes, give me a step and figure out the next part of solution ahead of the game. This game fucking sucks because this is so fucking blatantly obvious. Is it actually that? I'm gonna present it, and if it's that, I'm quitting the goddamn game. Ugh. I am legitimately pissed off right now because there's nothing with that shape on it. I try to be nice and be like, okay, maybe it's the pamphlet. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe the pamphlet with the logo on it is going to be like the country symbol is obvious on it, but no. And I can't present a person, so it has to be an evidence thing I present. What the hell am I missing? Am I supposed to present the goddamn photo because it has the logo there? Or the video, rather?
Eureka!
Nope. Are you still here? Are you still trying? Fuck you! I am so mad right now. I am legitimately so mad. What the hell am I doing wrong?
Barmsai, okay, I want to hear, like, if I'm going to get the answer, I want a straight comment on this first. Am I being unreasonable getting mad about this, or am I actually being reasonable with being mad about this? If you say I'm unreasonable, in which case then I'm going to figure it out myself. No, it makes sense. You're just not supposed to know yet. No. Burmside, I don't care about whether or not it makes sense. I want to know, like, from a very basic standpoint of saying, hey, this looks familiar. Does your brain not automatically think, man, I should make a connection with what it looks like? I am so baffled right now as to what the hell I could possibly be pointing to that is related to this goddamn shape. What the hell could it... What is it? What is it? Oh man, the shape looks so familiar. What does... If it's not the pig, then what is it? I don't want anyone to say it because I want to figure it out myself and then get mad that the result is so stupid. I swear to God, it better not be the prosecutor badge. You want to narrow it down? Sure. Motherfucker, is it the photo? The evidence contains a red in the Sprite? Okay, listen, I did mention this earlier. I had a theory that, oh, maybe it's supposed to be like a pin that's attached to his body. And therefore, like, the pin, like, pierced him in the neck. But I'm like, I think that's way too early of an assumption. I feel like that's actually the real answer at the end of the case. But at the same time, I'm like, that is, like, predicting way too far in the future, right?
Bruh. I'm so mad. I'm so... Like, I get it. Okay, here's the thing. I get it. 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 But man, I feel like this is one of those things that you kind of pick up on its own.
Eureka!
Like, okay, I'm gonna tell you guys right now, I get it. I get what the logic is. It's like, oh, they want you to pay attention to the shape of the handle. And I'm like, yeah, but the more blatantly obvious thing is the pick. I thought, once I realized it was the handle of the knife, I get it. The whole idea is, oh, the pick fell from the handle. I thought the idea was as like, what does this pick have to do with anything? Can you figure out the connection with what the pick has to do with anything and where it came from? Then you have to look through the evidence again, and then you can see, oh, the pick fell from the handle. I thought it was the reverse order. I thought it was the pick first and then the handle. I didn't think they wanted to do the handle and then the pick. Ah. That is so needlessly pedantic. They, honestly, like, what they should have done was to make it both ways. If one person figured out it was the knife first, fine, allow that. But if someone figured out it was the pick, they should allow that and then go and rewrite the reverse order where it's like, oh, hey, but what's the connection? The knife. They should have made it multiple options, exactly. That's what they should do. That's so dumb.
Babal's national symbol is the butterfly and Albas is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide in a tree in a forest trick.
What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Ah!
Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis in a very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Commemorative photo data jotted down in my organized... I'm so mad. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. See? 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 They easily could have reversed the order. They so easily could have reversed the order.
Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon.
Ugh. There's such a frustration with any story-driven mystery game sometimes. Intended logic that can't be account for everyone's train of thought. I feel like it's one of those things where it's like you can easily like make the assumption because like the pick is like blatantly shoved in your face versus the knife where you have to actively look closely at it. Like I'm playing on the Switch version so you can look at it, but in like let's pretend this is a DS screen. Do you think we can actively glance that close to it unless you're actively looking at it? They didn't have enough. I've not been... And I want to remind you guys, DS screens are freaking tiny as hell. That or it's not the developer's vision or whatnot. Ugh. Unfortunately, we still can't make a connection here at the moment. There's quite a bit of Mr. Cochin's blood on this blade. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I guess I have become accustomed to seeing blood. Okay, now that we did actually investigate that, what do I do now? Because I already investigated everything else. You nearly played all of them, and this is your least favorite. I know I'm not alone in that with the other state's attorney friendos. Like, I'll admit, okay, here's the thing. I don't know if I'm ready to say this is my least favorite yet, but I will say this. This case legitimately is pissing me off, but like, I feel like I was more pissed off at Apollo Justice than I was with this. So I might dislike Apollo more. Okay, now, what do I do here, though? I investigated the knife, but what do I do now? Enjoy Apollo's last case. Apollo's last case was wild, but it was different at least. Chat, just so we can get a move on with the story, without being too specific, what should I be looking for right now or doing right now? Like, without being too specific, just say, oh, go investigate or something like that. What logic do you have? I investigated the picture. I realized the dagger was hidden here after presenting the dagger having the same symbol in there. So he was hiding the dagger in there. What logic? Oh, literal logic. We have agitated Alba, Cochin's counterfeit op, renovations. Hey, Frozen Hunts. I got mad at the game because, like, I was really disagreeing with how they wanted to proceed with a logic puzzle. Man, I was like, I'm sorry for the massive crash out, but man, that legitimately pissed me off with the logic that they expected me to go in. Agitated Alba. I sense there is something he doesn't want us to investigate. Renovations. The Baba Ali's embassy is undergoing renovations from top to bottom. Use Baba Ali's printing press and counter... I guess we can probably make a connection here. I don't think there's any connection, though. Yeah, I didn't think that was the case. But yeah, if someone wants to tell me... Well, like I said, without being too specific, what should I be looking for right now? Or at least, like... Wait. Was there something over here? No. Logic. So am I looking for logic, or am I supposed to make a connecting logic? You can I can't connect something? Okay, you know what's weird? I made this connection earlier, but the game said no. Like, legitimately, I tried to do this earlier, but they didn't want me to do it until after I did the knife thing. I don't know why. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials, such as the Babalis ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Probably because you needed to update information for it to be logic versus conjecture? How is it conjecture? They're not even bringing up the knife in this instance. Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? It's the only person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. Again, I don't understand what that had to do with the knife, but sure. I mean, I understand the knife is for him to, like, transport the murder weapon, but I don't understand how the logic couldn't connect to each other before figuring out the knife part. Here's the thing, we're figuring out the motive, but we're not figuring, but like the knife thing is the the operation of the murder, not the motive. There's a difference there. It doesn't seem to be connected to the knife, at least according to the guide you're looking. See, that's bizarre, Silver. Okay, I want to be clear. Like, when I'm being agitated, I'm not being agitated at chat. But yeah, these were supposed to be connectable before the knife. I assure you, I tried to make a connection earlier before the knife, would not let me. Y'all can scroll back on the VOD. I actively tried to make a connection. It would not let me. He can be agitated with you. I'm always agitated with you, Maniacal. But not when I'm actually mad. Okay, sometimes when I'm actually mad. But it depends on the moment. The point is, I'm not mad at chat. I want to be clear, I am not mad at chat. But yeah, I don't know.
The cause of the Ambassador Alba's agitation, the Ron Treasury may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Kochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Kochin was killed.
But you mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Kochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Kochin pushing really hard for Mr. Polano to be ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Albast's Primido statue.
So Mr. Kochin hired the Mask 2 to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Kochin.
It is definitely a possibility at this point.
And those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Albast, but Mr. Kochin's body was discovered in Babal, right?
Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Kochin was killed. A place where the Albastanian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Kochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is...
Okay, they may have me on this one because if it's not actually inside of the Babalese, if it's not inside the Babalese embassy, was it in the embassy of Albast?
Take that!
This area is rather suspicious, don't you think?
You really think so? Because I don't see anything odd about it at all.
I guess it's not related after all. My ego.
Mr. Edgeworth, if you keep doing that, Ambassador Alba is going to get away with it. Come on, let's see if we can get a hold of that treasure known as the truth.
Agreed. Let's see what we can find. The place where Ambassador Alba was killed was inside the theater?
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis.
What, here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been is in here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Albastanian land.
Oh shoot, you know what? I'm so agitated, I legitimately forgot to take my medication. Hang on, I'll be right back, chat. Ugh. These antibiotics I have to take are freaking massive. Ugh. Anyway, where was I?
So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has.
That makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Albas and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however. The problem will be Albas. I wonder if they will allow us to see the records despite the order to vacate.
Objection! Hey, Franziska. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth.
Franziska.
I have here the security footage from both Albas and Babal. You would do well to take a look at this contents.
You move fast.
Avon Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case.
I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Albas immigration screening area.
I really hope there's something in here that we can use.
$5:21 p.m. Old man, 5:22 p.m. 5:23 p. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, drinking? Thanks for a reminder, Princess Sunny. Appreciate it. Water, please. Does Larry have a baby in that car? Yeah, that's a Steel Samurai's son.
Doesn't something about this lump-shaped strike you as odd?
Larry, were you an accomplice by accidentally carrying around a dead body?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
No, there's something clearly odd about this bulge.
Saving that.
If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch.
Steel Samurai pushed this to Albas from the dressing room. The bulge is...
The bulge is unnatural.
I'm gonna write that down for a raid message. The bulge is unnatural.
Next, let's check the footage from Babal's security camera.
I hope it shows us something good.
5:25 p.m.
Fooey, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Koshin entering his own country.
But isn't his body found in Babal?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself.
Good thing Edgeworth has so much experience with Larry's Ugh.
Time to reconvene for the final one.
Ambassador Alba! I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil. You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say you've even managed to achieve a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Game is done, and it's game over. No!
Objection! Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I am heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Miss Edgeworth, and you know it. Ugh.
Please, may I have a bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Paleno?
Even just a tiny bit of it is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well, if you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any further.
They just flipped the sprite. Wait, does that mean? Wait, his medal got flipped too. All his medals got flipped. What a lazy sprite flip.
Ambassador Paleno.
Miss Edgeworth, I'd like to advise the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Isn't that usually the case? Nah, sometimes people have enough foresight not to remember to not flip everything. They just like move everything around so that things actually make sense in terms of positioning.
Now then, what was it that you want to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
Guilty Gear still does this, even with models? Biken's missing, arm still flips, even in 3D game, like, that's so weird. Actually, no. No, that actually kind of makes sense because, like, I think that actually affects gameplay. Because it affects your hitboxes and stuff like that. It's actually, you know, fun fact. Smash Brothers is one of the few games that doesn't do that. Because Cloud, infamously, actually has two different side Bs. Because one of the hitboxes is slightly further than the other. I think it's right-facing Cloud is better than left-facing Cloud because the kanji that he makes does not flip. Therefore, one is slightly further reaching.
That's more than enough because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Kojin. Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
You can tell I'm using an alcohol emoji? Uh-huh. Ambassador Alba's alibi.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Koja and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Albas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. So that is your alibi? That is correct. It is simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it! What is it this time? I thought I told you I only allow you one question. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose.
Of course, that is something I understood from the start. Besides, it's impossible for me to be forbidden to lose because I wield the forbidden one, Exodia.
That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the first Yatagarasi was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on. Through me. So that's why we gotta go catch him, okay?
We will. I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
You know, Burmside, if it makes you feel better, I'll get an alcohol emoji in the future eventually.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here.
Hold it!
Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on the duties of an ambassador. Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reason for suspicion? Then there's the matter of the crossbow arrows and the Primado statues.
Wow, so that's what he sounds like. But which of your comfort characters would be most likely to drink? That's a good question. I probably could throw in like, I already have a Palutena though, and I already have Mithra. I'll figure it out.
All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy. What do you mean by that? Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Koji and I were fellow smugglers.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh, so you really have no reason to kill Mr. Kojin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously.
My laugh sounds like gunshots. Ahem, I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claimed I have no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being?
Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. In that case, what motive would I had to kill my co-conspirator?
Are you serious that just because you were partners that you had no motive to kill?
I'm only following your hypothetical scenario to its logical conclusion.
Looks like he's not going to admit it to himself that he was in league with Mr. Kojin.
I suppose not. But I do know his relation to the smuggling ring and to Mr. Kojin.
You mean that he's the ringleader and that Mr. Kojin was his subordinate, right?
Okay, if there's one thing I really hate about this game, they really like repeating a lot of details. Like, that was actually an issue I had with Zenless Zone Zero recently, and they've only recently got out of that.
Correct, but I know more than just that. Miss Von Karma, I'm sure you remember the safe in Mr. Kojin's office, right?
Yes, the safe had 2 compartments to it, didn't it?
Yes, and why do you think those stolen goods were being stored in Mr. Kojin's office? Could it be because he was trying to cheat Ambassador Alba behind his back?
So, Mr. Kojin didn't turn the goods over, but decided instead to keep them for himself. I suppose that's possible.
It seems to me that both men were only concerned with their own wealth and well-being.
Then that means that maybe they didn't have a trusting relationship after all.
What Ambassador Alba had to gain, I believe that is his motive for killing Mr. Kojin.
What are you people whispering about amongst yourselves over there?
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Now then, let's continue with your testimony.
But to get to the point, I was in Albas the whole time.
And what exactly did you do while you were in Albast?
I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, the thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Are you saying that it was the Mask 2 that made the first move?
Yes, and it was after I was attacked I hit him on the head with the Primado statue.
Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense.
Calling it that doesn't just cover up what you did.
Cover up? No, my boy, I'm not covering anything. I'm telling the truth.
You weren't planning to admit it, which is why you were trying to frame the Steel Samurai. If you were an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now.
I'm terribly sorry I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a speech to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Kojin, didn't you?
all the objections. Man is evil, but I'm sure you're familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babal while I was out all the way in Albast. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal. And you are correct.
Oh? I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight if you must concede to me.
The only thing I'm conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth.
Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, know that you can't crush my alibi.
You would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country.
We'll see about that.
So Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba.
If that's true, then why did Ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem that we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was.
Indeed, if they have complete trust in each other, then there's no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that from where his motive arose.
I'm gonna assume it's the Cadopian paper document that, like, had him working behind his back.
Objection!
This statement directly contradicts his piece of frick.
Even his objection sounds like a tree.
Does it now?
Not that it really matters to me either way. But are you really sure my statement contradicts that piece of evidence?
Judging by his overconfident attitude, my ego says otherwise. Guess this piece of evidence wasn't related to his statement after all.
Miles Edgeworth, you can't chase him down with that kind of evidence.
Yes, I know. I must think calmly and rationally about this, because it's not impossible to take this man down.
Is it this? It had to be because he was trying to steal the plates.
If you want to know, I believe you had a motive to kill him. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and you were trying to test each other. It turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You had a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Albas Primito's statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone cannot kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing this semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Now then, if you will excuse me. Wait! What? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Ugh.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man he was my subordinate, which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babal to figure out and something to which I have no relation to. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Paleno.
I am very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
There is none?
There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno.
We must find a way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. Hold it!
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba!
Okay.
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagrasu's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Burn Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer? Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG-8 incident. I found a gun!
No! The one in which he wrote about the Yatagrasu's key?
Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work on me.
But if you don't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there? That's...
This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather by my father. And somehow there's a wind blowing in here. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These 2 pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Albas right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side. Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Ah, then it was just a bluff.
Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Please, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end.
So Edgeworth is a top. Okay.
When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me? Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please. All right, but this is the absolute last. Then even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me. I can't let this opportunity Kay is creating for me go to waste. The last time I met with Mr. Kojin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Albas for the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Kojin again after that. So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree? And his bottom is Gumshoe? Maybe he's also a switch. Now, since you people are practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an
arrogant old man.
Yes, but no matter, we can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished. Oh, that's like double the damage to my ego. So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case.
In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence, understood?
This includes pressing, frick. Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Kojin was killed before he returned to Babal, in which case there's only one statement which I need to present the evidence. Amazing. Diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer anything.
So the only place he met the victim was at this theater. Then when was he killed?
We know that Mr. Kojin didn't return to Babal alive, which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here.
And that means he was planned to kill Mr. Kojin from the start.
The last time I met Mr. Kojin was here at the theater. After that, I was in Albas for the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Kojin after that. You see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree? That statement just now stands in clear contradiction to this evidence.
Apparently the camera's not enough for them.
No, it doesn't. But that's impossible. The prosecutors of this country, are y'all prone to pointing out non-existent contradictions? How frightening it is to think that it might be true. Can't let him drag me down with his insults. You met with the victim here. I was watching the Steel Samurai as well as was Mr. Kojin, who was sitting nearby.
I've been meaning to ask why invite the Steel Samurai as a guest for an embassy event.
I like the Steel Samurai daddy, so I asked him to be at the event. I see, so it was by Ambassador Alba's request. Now then, would that be all? No, wait! I'm not finished yet!
Objection!
You're not very good at listening, are you? I told you I don't have the time to listen to a bunch of useless questions.
Apparently that was a bad press.
The time remaining for me to find the truth has just been blown away.
I feel like the security camera is the important thing that we need to present here. But the problem is, how do I prove this? And am I presenting on the right, am I even presenting the right evidence? I met with Mr. Kojin, was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Albas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. I feel like I have to press something. Because, like, no, I have to present something, though. You want a hint? No, I'll figure it out. Thank you, though, Silver. Did not see Mr. Kojin after that. So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree?
The problem is we don't know what time they were meeting in the... The problem is I don't know when he met up with Mr. Kochin in the Theatrum Neutralis. I was in Albas the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I had not seen Mr. Kochin after that. So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him. Taken at Theatrum Neutralis, the murder weapon can be seen in Mr. Alba's bouquet. Oh, wait a second! He's saying when I could have killed him, so it had to have been during the commemorative photo because the murder weapon's there. Oh, I figured it out. I'm dumb. I'm an idiot.
I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again. This is the knife that killed Mr. Kochin. I see you recognize it as you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning you killed Mr. Kochin here at the theater. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
More objections. First or last statements are acceptable. Presenting any statement was a penalty. Fair.
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right, this man is an ambassador. And he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face he should be making. The face of a worthless cur. No! Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts! Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man?
Does anyone want to put their finger on this man? Have a good night, Dirt Dog.
Is this really the end?
Oh, look who decided to drop by.
Agent Lang!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor.
Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon.
Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba.
I'm through playing games with you people. Can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang.
Sorry, but no, it wouldn't.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
What did you mean, revoked?
Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Langzy says before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Albast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on with it.
The Imperial household? What have you done?
You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba.
What? What? What?
Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video the Yanagarasi protected?
You can't be arrested simply just because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I stripped you of that title.
You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of the detainment philosophy, Lang Zi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. And back to old man status with you.
It can't be! I don't believe this!
My ambassadorship has been revoked? Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
What a shame. What? I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador. Did you really think you can pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba.
No! I won't be stopped now! He still intends to fight us? So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me! The fact remains that you cannot arrest me!
I expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor.
Understood!
You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if that's true, that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it from there and used it right. Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game, this is war.
I killed Mr. Kocha in the theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken a knife from there. Besides, Mr. Kocha's body was covered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor! Boot this guy out of the embassy if we can finally end everything.
I know, and I'll give it my all to see he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness.
Yes, just another witness. All right, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
So am I still going to get punished for pressing? I'm going to assume no.
That's right, as I explained earlier. The commemorative photo shows that you had the knife on your personage.
You have no proof that the bouquet was prepared by me, isn't that right?
Excuse me?
The fact that there was a knife in the bouquet was something I wasn't aware of.
He doesn't have the authority to punish you anymore? True.
What a pathetic excuse! The weapon I was used is one of your nation's national treasures. It isn't exactly something anyone other than you could touch, let alone take. Allow some of my trusted subordinates to handle them. It could have been my secretary. You're an even bigger slime ball than I thought.
You would push the guilt of Mr. Kochin's murder onto one of your subordinates?
In any case, the fact that the knife was in the bouquet means nothing. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken a knife from there.
You still wish to deny your actions?
And you still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder?
What? I am not in denial.
Ugh, even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got a real bad attitude. I believe it's because he's no longer ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding back, then neither should I.
What? Wait, for the sake of the case, please refrain from what I think you're about to do.
Quite a pair of frightening women you are. But I digress.
Frightening women are the most attractive. It's a relief at least. I hate playing Minesweeper and Testimony and Ace Attorney. True. Besides, Mr. Coachen's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to transport his body.
Hold it!
Even if he was found in Babal, he was killed somewhere else.
Stop bluffing because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you would have already been removed from the room. Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold on, Agent Lang. Allow me to fight in my way, with evidence.
I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him. Too bad, though I'm no longer an ambassador, I still could have been an international incident.
If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony.
Very well, but to be fair, you should watch what you say as well.
There's no way for me to transport the body.
Hold it!
Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and move the body.
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that.
Stop trying to stop everyone from beating this old man to death.
It's very difficult to enter my embassy as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as makes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions.
Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage.
Wait. Let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then, by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally.
Yo, thank you so much for your follow.
If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hint to solving this case.
Well, right after Steel Samurai Seychelles, he went back to Albast, right?
From there, he started preparing a speech in the Albastanian embassy.
It does sound like it was impossible for them to have gone to the Baba Leaf's embassy.
He could have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible the body was temporarily taken to a different location first?
Objection!
Okay, I figured as such. Not this final boss. It's going fine so far.
Actually, I do believe there's a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you would take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart, do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is because of the unnatural lump underneath the cloth in the pushcart.
Take that!
What is the meaning of this showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Coachen's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess. But I wonder if any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it's but a hypothesis, but still.
If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
Yo, everyone's just popping in at the last possible second to save us.
Gummy!
Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart?
Yes, sir. I found it in the open air stage area.
So that's where you went.
The detective spirit that Pops left with me? I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Miss Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yo, my man Gumshoe coming in clutch. Give it 10 minutes until Phoenix comes in with a shotgun. And I have the murder weapon! Phoenix, this has nothing to do with our case. Oh, sorry, I must have tuned into the wrong case. Bye!
Something isn't right. I thought the entire samurai family was in Albast. Where exactly in the open air stage did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh, well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, detective.
Yes, sir.
Steel Samurai Daddy used this pushcart to wheel the Iron Infant around.
The Iron Infant is the Steel Samurais and the Pink Princess's kid, right?
Yes, he made an appearance at the end of the stage show. Huh, it was a rather fitting ending to the whole thing. That the Steel Samurai was unwittingly forced to move the body is just unforgivable.
It's blood!
This must be Mr. Kojin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Kojin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kojin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Albast. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make an appearance in Albast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Albast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Albast. No! If I can show you how you moved the body from Albast to Babal, then I win. But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Albast. Ugh.
Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved?
I'm gonna assume that it got transported via wire.
I'll be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means...
There is no question that can be answered, right?
the Primido statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was removed? Which means there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit.
How many items are smuggled at this point? Like 5?
After I returned to Albast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagrasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the Mask 2. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time.
What?
Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like.
Well, hopefully we get through this soon. I'm getting really hungry. You used to think people like these were just cartoons? No kidding. You know what? I'm going to take a quick break. I got a banana right here. I'm going to eat this really quick. Hopefully that'll settle my stomach for a bit until dinner. Movements in Albast. After I returned to Albast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands.
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Also, you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagrasu appeared.
That Yatagrasu was just a trick they had set up.
A most amusing joke, and how do you propose I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagrasu's shadow.
Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, has nothing to do with me. You! What's it going to take for you to fess up to anything?
Very well, then let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagrasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden?
Well, everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well, I feared that the national treasure, so I'd race back to my office.
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. Upon my return, I had the stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
Objection! And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Mask the Mask too.
Who cares what he was called? By the time we got to the Primido statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
This one Karma is really laying her whip fly now.
I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it.
She must be at the limit of her patience as well.
Same for me. Let's finish this up.
But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice.
I can't find a single flaw in his argument.
At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he's actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Mouse Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body is moved to Babal?
Sir?
Miss Edgeworth?
Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Is this the end? Is this the end? This event, my friend, the end.
It appears that we made it just in time.
Oh my god. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies, and what the hell is going on?
Evil magistrate, it is time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai?
No, you are mistaken, for I am
Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo.
Oh god, this is going to go so long. Ugh. The two people I want to see the least. Larry, what are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just want to help. Yeesh.
This case is already going off the rails. Go away!
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All of us three came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us. Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant.
Does that really matter right now?
Hey! Is it just weird the Iron Infant now completely soaked? Oh yeah! I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? It appears, suppose that we made it. Not that back.
So they were finding the Iron Infant in Babal, and he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal. Edgeworth, come on, man.
Oh, that. Well, I was in Albas the whole time, so I had no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure, but I found him in...
That's enough, Larry! The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel between Babal is... bilateral symmetry. Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir? There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route to smuggle the Mitsukogen body lies.
Are you kidding me? Are you telling me we transported him through the fountain?
Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning this is where we need to examine.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. Larry being on site for an international incident for reals. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time. You will stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. This here is a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected.
What is it?
The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babali side. Mr. Kocha's body was moved into Babal through the pool and Albast.
Objection!
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool. It was the Babalis one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
And where's your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant. But... this blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back! Hey, don't tell me you guys figured everything out without me? We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he's just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to pass through to Babal. This guy's a doll and he's so small, so I couldn't believe it made it, but...
He has a point.
Yes, that's right. I am glad someone here understands. Miss Edgeworth, are you going to propose next that the dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over.
Agent Lang.
Why is he helping Mr. Alba now?
He's not. He's realized the flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing, Mr. Coach's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open air stage?
Miss Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember?
You mean Shina, right?
With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right, Machino would drown if she did that.
It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe.
It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
Why do I have a feeling that the main joke about this case is,
now if you excuse me, I gotta go. Now if you excuse me, I gotta go. Now if you excuse me, I gotta go. Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal?
Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
Get rid of the water?
Aha! That's it!
Now, I believe this time we really are done, right?
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
oh, wait, is this like the proof?
What is the meaning of this?
What is that supposed to prove?
Yes, what is this supposed to prove, Detective Gumshoe?
Me? I have no idea, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, that question was directed at you.
My ego!
You see me, didn't hear me just now, so let's try again, shall we?
Alright, I'll prove to you with evidence. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Oh wait, it's the fire.
Take that!
I'm dumb.
Tonight, the Yanagrass has set fire to a variety of locations in the Babali's embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. Enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
So what? The water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical, game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
Okay.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and the route will lead to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call it the smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know, those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. Not even a step ladder. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things. What do you mean? If I were to use a certain something, they could go up or down the pool at will. Oh, it looks like you got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise to the ground level, there's one way to control the water level. That could be the way the body was moved. This was used so the body and Miss Sheena can move up and down in the pool.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking. Used the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. Fire on the Baba Lee side in the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Kojin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Miss Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation for things to come.
I'm gonna get a quick drink.
Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Kojin's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alba to Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Kojin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Ugh. Go! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you now, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines? But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now?
Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened?
He wants proof? What are we going to do, Miss Edgeworth?
There's no need to worry. I have all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcar in the open-air stage, so too did I find one other item. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that pools were the smuggling route. There was this other thing that was smuggled over to Babali's open-air stage.
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece I found in the Babali side will be your undoing. A guitar pick. Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Take that!
Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Miss Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Ugh. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick into that open slot.
It's a perfect fit.
I assume that the petal must have fallen off at the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder. And then it was accidentally placed in the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body. That's an interesting story. Nothing more. Of course, I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place we've gotten wet from is an open-air stage pool.
I think that was another objection that we had to do in there, Gaddy.
Now you mention it. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage on the Bobbly side of the embassy?
You don't think so? Okay, never mind then.
I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into the ball. Impossible!
The people of Zangfa have been waiting to see you to face-to-face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home will be there soon, so you should be happy.
Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you have done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served for people like you. You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Miss Edgeworth. Because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with or people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because people breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. I will combine all my evidence into an evidence bomb! Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Is there enough to fill in an entire stream? This is the last part? Can this even fill an entire stream?
We gotta do it.
Yeah, who the hell breaks in the middle of a testimony?
March 15, 3:33 a.m. Oh, we're going to get late tonight. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there's anything else for me to testify about.
I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
Very well, I suppose I could tell you about that.
Because all I did was watch a Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me.
He is a long final boss.
The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. The Steel Samurai Show. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that is true, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness of this Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I?
You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who is cool.
Yeah, and the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who is this super cute?
Jail!
Jail! Jail! Jail! Jail! Jail! Jail! Jail! Jail! Jail! Jail! Jail! Jail, Larry! Larry! Jail! Into the jail! Into the jail! Into the jail!
She's been standing here this whole time and you only now noticed her? Her name is Kay Faraday and she's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, it's okay. I'm Larry Blatz! Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this.
Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know, this is the end. For that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give this trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I will finish the job.
Imagine the case entirely pivots to arresting Larry. Even Alba is disgusted by him.
I may commit murder, but children, my God, this really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies.
Rebut! I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but was dark on the out in the audience.
The last row? I should think that an ambassador would have had special seating reserved. I wanted my staff to enjoy the Steel Samurai show as well, so I gave up all the good seats for them. It was enough for me to simply see him.
Hey, the Steel Samurai was the only hero. Let's not forget about the Pink Princess here.
My dear ma'am, if you continue to thrust about like that, your hip may begin to hurt again.
Oh my, well aren't you the considerate person when you want to be? But this young butterfly's on the side of Edgy Poo. So you can spare me the flirtatious come-ons. Wow, he's completely frozen.
It's frustrating, perhaps. I dare say she can be one rather trying opponent. In any case, Mr. Alba, can you actually prove to us that you were watching the show? I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. Are you admitting, then, that you have no way of proving to us that you were watching? Quiet, you buzz in my ear like a pesky little fly. If you don't wish to listen quietly until the end of what I have to say, then perhaps you should pack up and get out of my way. I see that you're willing to be a bit more receptive now. While it's true that it may be difficult to prove that I was out in the audience, I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you?
Hold it!
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. Now tell me! Can you tell me what Superman did in issue 573? That's nice. That's nice!
Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
I wasn't planning to let him...
Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. Didn't think you think the climactic scene of today's show is just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate Early summer rain jab. Wait. Huh. Okay, just want to make sure. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that.
How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the samurai uses when he's using the samurai spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not?
Wait. Oh. And today was the first time they showed it off, was it not?
If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
Uh-huh. I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate this point for me.
One of the scenes was of his never-before-seen early summer rain jab move.
Hold it!
Early summer rain jab was a move that was to be unveiled today. And because I saw the brand new special move, I believe it confirms my alibi.
How sad. The only way he got to protect himself is that he watched the Steel Samurai. I guess this guy really has nothing else left.
Yes, and to avoid arrest, he can bet he'll say or do anything. But with all of us here, there'll be no escape for him.
Yeah, we'll find a way to bring him to justice.
Now then, let's continue with your testimony, Mr. Alba.
Very well. The Steel Samurai special move and the various other scenes. Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed.
What? Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai said when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed.
You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all. Now allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate once some more.
Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh?
Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. Kay and myself were also in the audience of the Steel Samurai stage show.
He's got nothing on this Jammin' Ninja, but he was still cool enough, I guess. Wasn't my brand new special finishing move totally rad?
No, don't tell me! It was you who thought up the special move?
Yep. Now what was it again? Extremely silly rain jab, was that it? No, wait, it was stumble breaking chop. That doesn't sound quite right either.
How can you forget a move you came up with?
To be fair, I kind of forget a lot of things that I do during my streams.
The final piece to Mr. Alba's alibi is that he was watching the Steel Samurai show. However, if he was busy killing Mr. Kochin, he should not have had the time to do so. So,
Easy peasy.
the special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
The samurai spear, what about it?
This spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent a spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight?
is the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Correct, because he couldn't use the spear. A last-minute change was made. Have you really been watching a show, you would have known the move that was used. Quirker Alba! You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you?
What a frickin' call out. So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then he's a fake fan.
Then it opens up the possibility he was busy killing Mr. Kochin instead.
So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions.
I still insist I watched the show, most of it in any case.
What do you mean by most of it?
You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assumed that was when the dramatic scene was played out on stage. That's the lousiest, lamest excuse I ever heard in my life, pal. Just because he's got the name of the move wrong. He can't really use that as proof he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I just had wanted to watch the entire show, honest.
As a Steel Samurai fan? Or someone who wasn't even his seat for the climax of the show? You have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever.
Edgeworth is gatekeeping Steel Samurai.
Who was that just now?
It would be I, young lady!
Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like this?
In the climax of the game? Reggie, please, hold on a second, I beg. He may never accept his old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Semantic. Larry, he's a murderer. We don't accept murderers in this community. What exactly is Steel Semantic? Maniac?
I believe he means to say Steel Samurai Maniac.
Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm the Steel Samurai. Larry, you can't even tell when someone is actually in love with you or not.
I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai.
What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognized me as the fan. As well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker.
Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Kochin.
Hearing that reminds me of, like, Legion of Doom to Dr. Light after Identity Crisis. Ew, we don't deal with, like, that. You know what, Gramps? You really are something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move's a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about.
Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say?
Huh? Did I say something stupid again?
Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I should have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. Only 5 minutes before the show, he threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by the time I already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was just kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Aw, that's mean to Will Powers. Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Hold those lips of yours still.
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also a very tedious and pointless exercise in wasting time like a kid's show.
You love wasting time for me, too.
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect that you already noticed exactly the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
Ha, so now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba.
You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
That's the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud.
Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of the move?
Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it in the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. So you could have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw on the whiteboard.
So that means Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right?
Well, what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means.
There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. We can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Kochin's murder.
Oh, right. Because it was in the dressing room.
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then right after the show ended, it went into Albas along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer had to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely.
Oh, but wait, what if... And this is just a what if. What if the murder took place right in the dressing room?
What do you mean, Kay?
I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then too.
Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Kochin.
Give it up for Objection 200, baby!
Quercus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room. And I want to know why.
Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that arrest!
201. Not so fast. What is it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain?
My God, can we end the freaking stream?
Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I went to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was there inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk! Still trying to get out of this?
Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there something you can do to stop him?
I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perchance. Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure you'll find some new facts, pal.
Oh, if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation.
We don't need to do any of that.
What, Wolfie? How could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. Thank God we didn't have to do another investigation.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
And if there's no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either.
Is this the end?
How many fake outs does this ending have? This is like the 5th fake out.
The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And if the fact it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder, then I can't prove that both statements to be true. Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It will appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
How many times have they done this now?
Who is it this time?
Hold it right there, you whippersnap! I hate everything. Alba is truly he who's above the law? Oh my god. I assume that's probably the track name.
First Larry, and now you?
What's with that scary mobster like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely state that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing from you?
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. Oh, my special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this?
It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, Edgy Poo, here, go on and eat one and you'll feel right as rain.
I do not want to bite into her wiener, thank you. It is now 3 a.m. in-game.
Yep.
He's been here for like almost 12 hours.
Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you.
I'm gonna smack her with this hot dog.
I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that it may be good for you. You were nice and full one day, so I tried to serve you some of my homemade food. I mean, it's a desire of every woman to make sure their beloved not get hungry. That's what I thought.
Oh my god, it keeps going and keeps going and keeps going.
One day it's my dream to serve you some of my homemade food. I mean, it's a desire of every woman to make sure their beloved never goes hungry. And that's what I want to experience. I'll tell you one thing though, a long time ago, they used to say I could make the most delicious meal out of any ingredient you threw in front of me. Oh, I was the star of the kitchen back then, and I was, Miss Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her?
There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flags. I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it tasted just like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
Wait, a special box with a Hinamaru-like fan on it? I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in.
Yeah. Huh.
Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinamaru dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from the red sun may just be what we need to point us in the right direction.
Can we end this case already?
A present?
The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile all of them in a pushcart just to move them.
I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochan at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be, once we found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed.
Body in the pushcart, the samurai dogs were sitting in the pushcart.
The killer used the pushcart to transport the body.
This is a retranslation from the original DS release. In the DS version, they were called Rising Sun Dogs. If I recall correctly, am I wrong? Is Rising Sun like like a issue or something? I don't remember. I know like Japan's the land of the rising sun, but I don't know if there's like implications with that or not.
Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up in the dressing room floor were likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer.
Therefore, the Hinamaru dogs and the samurai dogs that were removed,
that which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with the Hinamaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart, that is proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe to... Oh. Wendy, old bag! I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Edgy boo!
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir?
Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Kocha in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
Huh! That arrogance, that self-confidence. I believe that you erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good. And the one piece is real! Ha! You're bluffing.
Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. It sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the things we need to go after this guy's jugular. So tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away?
The trace evidence that'll bring him down. Why, it's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinamaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood.
Huh? What? Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I would like this blood analyzed post-haste.
I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey, you, get this down to the lab pronto.
But why was there blood on that box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason should be obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Oh, yeah, you had a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? So, to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
Ah, I see. The killer took him out in order to place a body in the pushcart.
Oh wait, that's Lang. Well, Lang now sounds like Larry.
Exactly, and that is when I realized the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame. What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal. I received it from myself.
Quercus Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
For the rest of the game, Lang and Larry just swap voices. Sorry to rain on your Shut up! Can we end the game? Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
How can you be so self-confident with a no-win situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
Ha! So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
I just want to end the stream right now.
The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime, that alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
This is the case that will never end. It goes on and on, my friend. And you say that like it means something. Here we go again. As we wonder what the hell this man is going to say next. Oh God, this is a case that never ends.
Excuse me, sirs.
Report! What were the results of the analysis? Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this Quercus Alba... Miss Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
The one from before, have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was that dressing room. But it doesn't prove that I am your killer, does it? That's...
Why is it always the bad guy of a case who always says you don't have any proof and is allowed to be innocent until proven guilty? But anytime we defend someone, we're always guilty until proven innocent.
He has a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer.
Then, the evidence, it's meaningless.
That can't be. We're so close, sir.
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's got to be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it.
This is where Edgeworth drops his pants to expose.
I can't think of a single thing.
And time for another fake out.
Now, if you excuse me, I'll be on my way.
This is like the 7th time.
Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
It wasn't me, pal.
It wasn't me this time either. It wasn't me either.
It was me!
Why did you?
Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir.
There's more? What? Hurry up and spit it out!
Oh, yes, sir, that blood I mentioned. It's not the same type as the victim's blood. What? No!
What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it?
I don't know, sir. Well, I figured it out. All I know is it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I. My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved that something to be true, alright? Namely, my words. And which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless.
You know, some people give Rise from the Ashes slack for being long, but it at least felt more thoughtfully structured. No, I agree with that.
That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got in that box long before I entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you wouldn't like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess that's possible. Damn it! Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Quercus Alba, you bastard! Silence. Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through. Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday, I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Arrgh! You won't escape me! Shocker! I'll chase you to the ends of the world! Earth, not the world. Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility, someone else other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it was I who was backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? What would Phoenix Wright do? Turn it around? That's it! I must turn my way of thinking around! Thank you, Mia Fey and Phoenix Wright. It's not whose blood is this, it's whose blood could get onto the box like this, and if I think about it that way, if the blood got into the box when the body was being placed in the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be! Well, I must praise you for trying so hard, but it's because of you kids that I was removed from the center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know.
You're just admitting that you're going to commit crimes.
freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky.
I mean, okay, Burmseye, I will say this. If you deleted the message saying that
that it is pretty obviously Alba, I kind of figured that for a while now.
You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before...
Unless I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, then yeah.
Objection!
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful and a time waster.
Pitiful? How so?
Quercus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Ha, mere words.
What do you mean? What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what you think it means, Kay. We have already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey, Earthen Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking at a little pale. Good, then I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
Then you know who the blood belongs to?
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus Alba.
What?
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim.
The blood fell on the box when Mr. Coach's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At the time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim,
then there's only one other person it can belong to.
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
But Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder, Mr. Cochin had fought back?
You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then.
What's the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time?
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when Damask 2 attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, that happened way after he was in the dressing room.
Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as a fact. Shall we try a test, Miss Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip by you, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
Ha! You're one to talk, Miss Alba. You managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as a smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you would propose that such a weapon came from.
The theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Albastanian knife into a bouquet, there must have been some other way of sneaking a weapon of some sort.
Ah, but as long as you can't prove what the other way is.
All your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense.
So if the other way does exist, you better hurry and tell me now. With pleasure. Wait, what? This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon to this theater.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key. That key?
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago.
And is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. No! You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kadopian paper signed by Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as a leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it look so that the police were the ones who opened the office safe. And all that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba?
Are we done? Are we done?
And that is what some may call the coup de grace. Impossible! You can't take me down! Swine, all of you! Especially Manny Cochin. This is all because of that man's betrayal! He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador! Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all my crimes for me! That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card and how this incident was born! Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu! But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close! And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you!
Wow, bro breaking down like a freaking Scooby-Doo monster.
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. This country, trees, or Albasts, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. Edgeworth! Ah!
Oh, dude turned into like a wooden puppet. Jeez, that's gross. Finally, after 207 objections, March 17th, 11:21 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Ew, this was it, the big day. It was Mr. Alba's trial today.
And next week, he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Albast. Francisca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it.
Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir.
I don't even want to think about what that would be like.
I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. Boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. Me, every time I look at my paychecks from Twitch, everybody. You can now watch the meme song. All right, let me go pull it up really quick. Oh my god! Oh my god. Guys, oh my god. Hang on, I gotta pull this up for y'all to see. Ace Attorney Investigations! Let's go difficult! Sportsman! Laugh Woman!
bubble woman. Ba 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 ba.
Oh my god. Yeah, this is going exactly how I thought this was gonna go.
It just occurred to me that this old man is pretty suspicious again because he just said that he killed that Master Moss guy. I never will give up as I attempt to prove that Albo was the killer of two people, but he's denying
Everything!
If he didn't have that damn immunity, it would make it so much easier to catch this bastard, but every time somehow he finds loopholes, I yell,
Objection!
I can't defeat Tree Man, no matter how I contradict his testimony, he just objects again, and even though I use basic logic, it's no use, he has another one to get away in the end. I press as much
Does that count as an objection? I counted, sure, why not? Sure, go ahead, Gotti.
I'll keep this geezer in the embassy as long as I can.
Tree man. Oh my god.
Healing in the video and chat, sure, hang on.
It's just occurred to me that my truth bar's almost empty again, and if I don't find the truth now, I will never survive.
My ego bar!
I will give up, but it's so difficult to prove because both people as the facts seem to line up with his alibi. If I only had that file from case 1, it would make it really easy to debate his logic. But every time somehow he finds loopholes, I yell, Eureka! I can't defeat Sportsman, no matter how I try to authenticate his facts, he always answers again. And even though I use basic logic, it's no use, he found the evidence, he had the gifted tree man. I press as much as I can, but he jizzed in his pants and ate his
Oh my god!
I'll press again, of course, but this is my plan. I'll keep my logic in reserve just until I can beat Tree Man. No matter how I contradict his testimony, he just objects again. And even though I use basic logic, it's no use, he has another law to get away in the end. I press as much as I can, but when his testimony lacked a contradiction, I was helpless again. I'll press again, of course, but this is my plan. I'll use the samurai dogs to save my case in the end.
Thank you, samurai dogs!
Okay, that was pretty good. That was pretty good, y'all.
You have another one? Alright, hang on. Hang on, let me pull it up.
Wow!
So Shiro really was Callista you all this time. Looks like you finally put a lid on this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Indeed, Detective.
My extraterritorial rights are too powerful to let this game end. Stab wound! Objection! Cross-examination!
That was also really good too, actually. Oh my god. Oh my god. Like, isn't that made by like the I think that's made by like the not Lackadaisy, Hi I'm Daisy creator. It's Hi I'm Daisy. Yeah, I thought so. That was really good, Gotti. GG, DG, yep. You know, I've been thinking, Alba's very infamous in the community. It's because we're so sick of him dragging out the case longer than he needed to. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. I still want to date her.
I still think Cammy is cute as fuck.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all the incidents. Cammy Meal was to provide support during smuggling ops using her job as an attendant.
Cute.
And Mr. Portsway was to manipulate trials related to her ring in the end of their favor.
Ugh. Go you airlines and even the prosecutor's office? No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big op, I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
What is it, detective?
Ah, nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm well aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, with the rest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Kochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mac Rell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth, however. It seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I'll expose it all at the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU and Died Man. Perhaps now, those two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. And by the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Paleno. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
Ah! Gumshoe finally got food!
Reminds you of Amano, their last name is just a shortened version of their Japanese name, Amanogawa, which is the Japanese word for the Milky Way. And everyone from Lang's country is just their kanji read in Chinese instead. That's actually kind of clever, I like that. So Lang kind of obviously is Chinese. What, seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. No way, you're holding them. Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cadopia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Paleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cadopia.
Aw, good for him. Good for you, Paleno. Sorry for suspecting you.
Ah, but what a pity. Even though that every item he sent is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay. Hey, wait, that's not what I said. Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, wait, hang on a second. What the? What? What? Why are these question marks? What? Who said this? What? Is that a glitch? It sounds like something Edgeworth should have said. What? Oh, it was Kay imitating Gum. Oh, it was Kay imitating Gum. Okay, I get it now. I get it now. Actually, yeah, that's the only person that Kay would say lovely assistant. Fair enough. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here?
Hey, you gotta be more alert than that.
Ah!
I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
I totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Gumshoe, you're oblivious. But so am I, so birds of a feather and all that. Lang Z says ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zangfa is finally at peace again. It's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case. A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong, I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. And I still have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change, you got that? I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job. Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this. Can you imagine if Phoenix actually decided to defend, like, Alba? That would be so wild. I've prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins. Confirmation!
Gumshoe is the one who throws the confetti. I hope you got enough, because I'm gonna call my men up as well. A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way.
I did it.
The scene shifts to the courtroom and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for defendants they meet, and to that end you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that I was all as prosecutors do, and that is because... Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight rising within me.
And with the objection.
This game was long. This last case was long.
And we end with 209. I am really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet and they've become a real sensation.
Would any of you buy her cases?
Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go You jumbo jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet.
I feel like this game was just poorly paced in general. I feel like this game would have been better if it wasn't for all of, like, them dragging out simple cases.
Edgeworth, that rudeness of a man, who, because of him, my time and money was wasted. But more importantly, I'm a most fantastic treasure. The prima donna statue of the Principality of Cadopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Polino was most generous.
So he gave him the fake statue? That's funny. This was a new team's first AA game and it shows. Yeah, unfortunately.
We finally caught Agent Hicks's killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cadopian courts await.
And the last time we'll ever see Franziska.
Cadopia's airs must be very fresh, so my whip could find new vigor there.
speaking of places, Kate was originally supposed to show up in Case 2 and she was the trailer plane. Huh. Weird. But yeah, the pacing was weird and they just like dragged things out way longer than they needed to. This little patrolman has been fired as of... Mikas was fired? I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed I had dropped my police badge too. I guess what really broke the camel's back was I couldn't find my badge. My life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go into the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man. Remember, he was a court bailiff in Apollo Justice? Oh, yeah! Good point. I forgot. What about you, Emma? What's up with you? I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. I love you, Emma. But I gotta get going and return to Europe. I still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm gonna do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's gonna need all the help I can give him scientifically. I can't wait to see her again in the later AA games. I love her so much. Emma's so great. Laughs in Apollo. Yeah. And she never gets out of that as of like 5 or 6 either. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but it's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of my love. The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty. He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? Typical. What about you, Gumshoe? What you up to? Or the judge? Okay, we can talk to the judge too. It appears there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but... apparently, Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something. Would you guys play a game where the judge is the main character? That'd be pretty funny. Aw, Maggie. I know a lot of people who love you. They forgot to take out her dad's background? Oh, that's funny. Phew, I barely escaped death yet again. Yeah, but boy, were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh? Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job. Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and go through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. Hopefully Maggie finds a proper job for herself where she doesn't get framed for murder. Again. That's funny. Why not come to Gadopia for a summer vacation? We have coupons already. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. Then we have a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. It'll be an attraction entitled Capture the Yadagarasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction. Hopefully Kadopia has to deal with less fires in the future too. I'll voice my thoughts about the game at the end, but Larry. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell Blue Ocean dogs. Now I'm hungry. They'll sell like hotcakes, hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee you'll turn your tongue and turn your face blue. Is it bad I'd eat that? I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, or really at all, but... Oh, I notice I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, the next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. He's too busy being a homeless bum. He doesn't wear the blue suit anymore until Ace Attorney 5. He's currently suffering. He was framed. And then he lost his badge.
I gave my testimony in court today as a member of the Yatagarasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? They're probably fighting over who should succeed. Over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring. Lang Z says, thoroughly biting the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror. Kenji Inafune. The Apollo Justice flashback is like a month after our Ace Attorney investigation too. Yeesh. Well, to be fair, that means that he is investigating the case right now. I was so Pink Princess and Pink Badger. Talk about busy. But it's alright because I got a letter from my beloved Edgy Poo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I've been in some freaky fuzzy animal announcing Pink Princess and a great hero of justice versus a stylish hat, but more purple wear costume. Something that sounds like a terrible idea. I'm Theo KG Inafune. Oh, got the wrong Inafune then. Oops, my bad. March 7th, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Office, room, 1202. Whew, I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Yeah, nothing beats the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Franziska and Agent Lang. So what are your plans now, Kay? Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Are you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. Phew, what a relief. Kay? Yeah? Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course. But I still don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu, so I'm going to be holding off on doing anything until I can make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible. So Kay, Maya, and I don't know, Athena? Sure, let's go with those 3.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, that the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have only been hidden away. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? I mean, she is 17. Maybe she's turning 18 soon and she can actually live on her own. And don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak it.
No. If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door.
It's okay, Miss Edgeworth. The lock in my window at home has been broken forever. Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us. Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one.
No.
Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, Detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking a picture now. Hey, come here. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir.
Hey, Detective Gumshoe! Stop that! I can't be seen doing that! I'm bothered with feelings.
Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese. And thus,
The long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of the great little thief. A little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed.
grab him by the actually, what's it called again? Is that the handkerchief? Cravat? Cravat. Okay, so like, I don't think I dislike this game nearly as much as like other people do. I feel like, oh my god, what? There was that many stuff I missed? I only got 14 out of 30 achievements? For being awarded all the other accolades. For completing episode 1, oh, it's because it's related to Apollo Justice, not Apollo, it's related to Investigations 2, got it. And we got all the photos here, cool. Some of this is for Ace Attorney Investigations 2, yeah. So like, okay, so here's the thing. I don't think I dislike this game nearly as much as other people do, but at the same time, just by the transient nature of the fact that this game had so many issues, even though I don't think it's necessarily bad, it unfortunately runs into the issue of that, like, because of all the other games being better, it inherently is one of the worst games in the series, just because the other games are better. So, yeah. I guess, like, unfortunately, this is one of the worst Ace Attorney games, but only because something has to be one of the worst Ace Attorney games. So, yeah, that's Ace Attorney Investigations, everybody. Thank you all for coming out tonight, and I hope you enjoyed the long playthrough. We'll get to Investigations 2 sometime this year. Now on to Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Not right away. I got a few things I have to finish up first. I first need to finish off Final Fantasy VII. And I'm actually getting pretty close to my 100th playthrough. I'm not going to say what it is yet, but I have plans. But yeah, that's going to be it for now. Next stream, I promise you Investigations 2 is a much better game. I heard 2 is a lot better. I did hear about that. Everybody has told me that. But yeah, that's going to be it for now. Next stream, I'll be real, I'm not entirely sure. I'm seeing my doctor tomorrow, and we're going to be having to figure out the scheduling for my surgery. So I'll let you guys know about that. I'm going to tentatively say next stream will be Tuesday, but I don't know if it'll be Final Fantasy VII. I might want to take a break until I'm willing to do Final Fantasy VII again. I'm a little burnt out on RPGs at the moment. So I might do a side thing until then. I'll let you guys know, but Zenless Zone Zero will be Wednesday or Thursday. I'll let you know on that because that's going to be the new patch. Two's also interesting because that was the collection before it was officially released in English. Yeah, there was like a fan patch translation that people used for years. So a lot of people were so used to the fan names, but now we have official names. So it's actually going to be really interesting when we get to 2 because everyone's going to be like, oh, hey, let me tell you what the fan translation of this guy's name was. But yeah, that's it for now. If there's any changes to the schedule, y'all can follow me on Twitter, Blue Sky, and YouTube, where I post stream updates and general shenanigans. Alternatively, y'all can hit up the Discord server, where we talk about anything and everything. We're a very friendly bunch in there, and we're always welcome to any new faces. We also do movie nights in there every Monday night at 7 p.m., aka tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're currently doing a superhero movie marathon, and we're going to be watching X-Men Apocalypse. If you guys want to check that out, consider hitting up the Discord server where we host it. I'm assuming no talk about the fan names will be allowed till you beat that. No, I'm okay with fan names as long as they're not spoilers. As long as it's not a spoiler, then I'm okay hearing what the fan names were. But yeah, that's about it for now. Let's go find a raid target. That will be our raid message that Gaddy posted. I'll admit I'm kind of tempted to jump into investigations too, but I think I'll hold off. Oh wow, no one is streaming this late. I am not surprised about that. I guess we can go for Dan. He's currently doing a 15 card mod run of Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, if you guys want to check that out. But yeah, like I said, we're going to be raiding with the Bulge is Unnatural. If you don't have access to the emote, it's all good. Just raid with the message. We're going to be raiding, like I said, Dan. Until next time, everybody, y'all stay safe. Take care of yourselves and love always. Wish me luck with the whole doctor situation. I really hope everything is fine. Y'all take care, everyone.